All right, everyone. So I have two kind of small commissions to get done. And then we have I think after that we're just no, we have some Patreon stuff to do. So we have a lot of like little busy work to do today. So the first two things that we have to do are commissions. Small commissions, they're only 9 by 12. One is a Simpsons commission and the other one is what's the other one? Oh, a Crypt Keeper. Hey, what's going on? Let me change the title of the stream. There we go. I updated this. Hey, what's going on? Not too much. I ran all my errands for the day. Well, I need to turn this music off. It's like this music's like too hype. All right, my bad. I just had to adjust some stuff. So these are both these commissions going to the same person. So I'm actually gonna sketch them both at the same time. We had that sponsored stream yesterday where we were playing that Star Rail game. That game is like all I want to do right now is play that game, but I can't. I got to be responsible. All right, so this one's actually going to be a Simpsons commission. Um, I'm tempted to do it landscape so we can get a better composition. Yeah, we'll do a landscape. So if you hit by a shotgun, you would like get pushed back, so your arms would be forward. But it's gonna be Homer holding a shotgun. So he's he's holds it left-handed. Before you crash for Yo, well, I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Hopefully you can get some rest. Take care, yeah. It's fun to kind of get away from yo Black Mist. What's up? It's my day's going well. Just had a lot of like logistic stuff to take care of this morning, packages to pack and drop off. I had to go visit my folks. Took care of the wife. Took care of the house. Now I can get back to drawing. But yeah. So I've picked up a couple of commissions here on stream too recently of like non-comic book, non-anime stuff. And it just like makes me so excited to do anything other than anime and comics. Not that I'm against it. I just like that's all I've been doing for like fucking decade. So this Simpsons one's gonna be really fun. In older episodes of The Simpsons, they would show the bottom teeth in I think like after like season maybe it's like after season 1 or season 2 they stopped showing the bottom teeth. Who was here for yesterday's sponsored video game stream? That Star Rail game. I'm like so addicted to that game now. Like I actually so when we finished the stream, I worked on a little bit of art, but I was too tired to stream. And what I ended up doing was so when we played Star Rail yesterday, I had only oh we're streaming at 60 FPS. My bad. We're only supposed to stream at 30. I know that sometimes streaming at 60 makes it hard for certain people with bad connections to watch. So I always make a point to stream at 30, but I forgot to switch it from yesterday. That's my bad. Um, why my CPU is going all hot. We can't drop it. Can we drop it midstream? We cannot. Well, we'll just have to deal with this. All right, so we played that Star Rail game on stream yesterday. It was like a sponsored stream, right? I played it blind, so I didn't know what it was. I didn't know anything about it other than it was a turn-based game, and that was enough for me to be convinced to do the stream. And I was just kind of goofing off on the game yesterday. I was just, like wasting resources, and we were just trying to have fun. So I actually finished some artwork yesterday, went back, made a new account, and then played for about 2 hours. And I got back to where I was at the end of yesterday's stream. Except now I'm just like it's a lot more structured. Like that's probably gonna be. It's probably taken. It's gonna be like my new game. Or my new like. I need to take a break from work game. Belly should go maybe a little higher. So Flanders is so this is gonna be Homer shooting Flanders, zombie Flanders, right? So he's gonna be going like this. Homer will be like this. Oh, I don't want to have Bart like this. I need to have Bart kind of going this way. At least his head. Maybe his teeth would be a little smaller than Homer's, right? This area needs to be fixed. I'm gonna resize the canvas so we're a little bit closer. I think I had resized this canvas to work on an 11 by 17. Okay, give me a second. There. At least this way you guys can see a little bit closer what we're doing. There we go. Oh, that'll be much better. We're not gonna dick with the camera anymore. Just how many spikes does Bart have? Is it 7 spikes on his head? I used to know this stuff. Yeah. So this is a commission that we picked up. It's from that Dial Z for Zombie episode, the old school Halloween episode. So it's gonna be this is Homer right after he let off fire from the shotgun, hitting zombie Flanders. And he's just like, "You killed zombie Flanders." Homer, he was a zombie. It's just too small right there. How you doing today, man? Oh, I partook in um consuming some art drama this morning because I was just in kind of a bad mood this morning. So I just wanted to listen to other people having a hard time. The art drama gets far more attention than art these days. So I mean, it got me to listen. So just working constantly, being reminded how stupid the rest of the world is. Hey man, you don't need to be reminded about that. You already know. Hey man, all I heard was that you're working. That's a blessing right there, right? Especially with probably what's to come. So I took my wife to the grocery store, right? Normally she just kind of stays in the house when we're not doing like training. Um, so she's kind of just been in like a hyperbolic time chamber for like 2 years, right? So I took her to the grocery store, and it's her first time seeing like modern grocery prices in a while, and she was just like dumbfounded because she was just like, because normally I go get the groceries, yeah, that's not a big deal, whatever, just go down the road, whatever. But we're trying to ease her into going back into the world, and this is her first time really seeing grocery prices, and she was just like, "What the fuck is going on?" It's the little things. Head of lettuce is no longer 99 cents; it's $2. Milk, almond milk is no longer like 2.40, 2.50. It's $4 now. And so she noticed all that little stuff. The one thing that we could rely, or excuse me, the two things you could rely on: Arizona iced tea and ramen. Man, It didn't even occur to me like it's like, when someone goes to prison, like somebody's wrongfully imprisoned for like 20 fucking years and they come out and like the iPhone exists. They're like, "What the fuck happened?" So I think I got through to her. She's just like, "Oh, that's why you've been complaining." So today we have two commissions. We have this Simpsons, this really fun Simpsons commission, and then we have one of the Crypt Keeper. That one's gonna be a little bit more serious. This we're gonna start with the fun one, and the Crypt Keeper one that'll still be fun, but that one's gonna be a little bit more serious. And then after that, we're gonna be working on the Patreon cards, the Guyver Patreon cards. Bart has some Sonic the Hedgehog ass feet. See it. Okay, the height doesn't really make sense here, so we're actually just gonna crop out his feet because I don't want you to think about it too much. I have to Google how many spikes Bart has on his head. For some reason, I remember seven. It's either gonna be seven or nine. It's nine. God damn it. So I like to put that white border around the drawing to help kind of frame it. Whether I'm doing like even if I'm doing like a pinup style thing, or if I'm making like a scene like this, I like to put that white border because one, people will frame it, so I like to give them that little bit of extra. But then I always like to put elements, and you guys have seen my commissions in the past. I will put elements that go outside of the white frame that I put. So like Flanders' head will go here and probably like parts of his body. But Homer won't. Bart's head will. It's like the spikes on his head will go out the side. I don't know. It just looks really nice. Does everything look clear? Is everything in focus for you guys? Because I did have to shift things around. It looks okay. All right. All right. So remember yesterday we upgraded my wife's computer, added more storage to it so we could render out her video. The video finished rendering. The was it 1.7 terabytes? That one file. It's 40 hours long. Oh man. And then we rendered a second video. I think it was only 9 hours long. It came out to like 300 gigs. It's like this is crazy. These are serious numbers, man. You know, because when I edit stuff like my vlogs, anything, I usually don't go over like half an hour at most, right? You know, despite all the all the edits that's in there, which just increases the render time, but doesn't actually increase the file size. Usually, I'm just like, oh man, this video came out to like 9 gigs. It's hella big. What am I supposed to do with this thing? It's 300 gigs over here. Hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up? My dog's pestering me for something. You know what's gonna be fun? We don't have to take into consideration like values and stuff. We can just use our fully saturated inks on this. Like I'll finally be able to use like my yellows on this. I'll be able to use well, we could do it with warm and cool grays though. Let me think about that. But I do everything in warm and cool gray. So fucking boring. This is like the one chance we have to actually use our colors. And my dog's pestering me. Do you need to go out? Do you need to go potty? Whoa. She knows that word. I say potty, her ears go whoop. Well, she's a boxer, so her ears would kind of just go whoop like that. So, okay. Gonna take gonna take the poach. I'm gonna take the dog out really quick. Go ahead and pause the recording. Okay. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna take her out real quick. And I'll be back. All right. We're back. We don't have a lot of people watching right now, so this is my chance to vent without probably getting any blowback. I'm not doing too well these days. Just like so worn down. And anytime I come onto the stream and there are people here to just say hi to, makes me feel good. Especially when people like follow, or especially the subs and stuff, and the Patreons, especially like we're gonna do Patreon cards later in this stream. Just I've been like so exhausted, and whenever I get exhausted, I get this rush of like appreciation for people who support my artwork. That's it. Just wanted to vent that. There's no punchline to that shit. Ooh, you know, I need to check applications for a convention. I think they use rounded edges, right? They don't have any sharp edges when it comes to like elbows and stuff in The Simpsons. Like the language of The Simpsons, it's all rounded, I think. I feel like such a loser. I can't remember what Flanders wears. Green sweater. All right. Okay, I got it in my head now. Mm. Okay, that's where I'm messing up. I was like, why isn't this registering in my brain? I don't like how this leg is coming out. has to go further out. Then the leg has to pinch, start here, move its way down. Then we just move this forward. Oh yeah, you like that pencil? That's the best, right? I got this at a. I was working at an anime convention last October, and they gave us like a little Halloween goodie bag, and this was in there, and it's like blew my mind. I'm like, man, I haven't seen one of these pencils in a hella long. Normally, I have this really fancy Sakura mechanical pencil that I use, and I was just like, this is hella better than that. They must, right? They probably like in Japan or something, right? They have like these, and they're made of like bamboo. You know what I mean? Like it's some shit. No, we're not gonna do all that. They got him. Oh, I already read that. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna tilt these a little bit. Oh yeah. This is like the most fun commission I've had in a very long time. You would buy them instead of having to sharpen 10 pencils at a time. Either a pencil sharpener or a knife, right? Mechanical pencils, you gotta uh, mechanical pencils are cool. It's just the mechanical pencil I use is too it's too small. I need to use like a 0.7 or something like that. I mean, I'm saying that that's what I should be switching to and I just haven't. Well, now I don't need to because I'll just use this. Or with the pencil. Wow, we play Star Rail here on stream one time, and the algorithm's just like the Twitch algorithm's like, oh, should have started with Flanders, honestly. So because now I have to, whatever. So this one normally we'll do like a light, like a thin line art, color it, and then go back over it to do line weight. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to do this first pass with the line art, and then hit it with the colors, and it's done. You know how I'm always talking about perspective and how much I emphasize that, like, on the list of priority fundamentals, everyone always just, it's always anatomy, right? And I don't disagree with that, but I put a larger emphasis when people ask me, order of priority for beginners. I emphasize perspective almost at the top, because look, we're just drawing The Simpsons. Okay, this is shenanigans. You guys saw me draw like 1,500 Pokemon earlier this year, right? It You could elevate any drawing of any style with a good understanding of perspective, understanding and execution. You can't just understand it and not be able to execute it. But if you have a good understanding and execution of perspective, you can make anything look good, right? So, like, let's say you were really really skilled at, like, what do they tell you to start with these days? It's always anatomy. You practice anatomy. I always argue that gesture and perspective, like, anatomy's like down, like, that's way down the list. It's still on the list, but it's way down. You know, gesture, form, perspective. I used to spend so much time obsessed with industrial design, and industrial design is like, it's all perspective, right? And this entire drawing, it's all just cylinders, right? So when I was drawing the characters here, I can, like, visualize everything in its own. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? So, like, Simpsons. Form, shapes, whatever word you want to use for it. But, like, being able to see shapes, or yeah, being able to see shapes in objects. You know what I mean? Like, if you see a tire, you should be able to break that down. Anyway, it just occurred to me right now, just how much your major is industrial design. You took some classes at Art Center. Very nice. How'd you enjoy that? Is this a commission? Hey, yo, what's going on? Yeah, one of the funnest commissions I've had in a long time. Because my commissions are always all just like the same shit over and over, right? Dropping out of classes over and over until finding art center, driving 2 hours daily from OC to attend. That's all the stuff around it, though. But the art center itself, though, you know, despite everything else involved with going there. Yeah, I always there was always this part of me that wanted to go get formal training. Um, but when I started as an artist, I already had student loans from my previous career, and thankfully I was able to use my art to pay that off. And then from that moment on, I was just like, nope, not doing that again. It's just like I just cleared off one set of loans. Why would I want to do another one? Rated, what's up? What's everyone up to? So, you know what? I don't think. Okay, I haven't been able to talk to anyone from Art Center since I went to like Lightbox and I went to their table and they were giving me the sale, right? But if you actually went, so I have a few questions about it. Um, do they have how like a normal university, like a it's always just like yeah, if you want to learn to if you want to go into like medicine, the first 2 years you're gonna have to take a bunch of bullshit ass classes. Even I went to a technical school for automotive. That's where my student loans came from. They still made us take some bullshit ass classes. I'm just like, I'm here to learn. I'm here to get like certain certifications and stuff. But they're like, yeah, but you still have to take like breaks one, and then like, uh, and then like learn how to. We're gonna take a whole 3 weeks to learn how to dismount and mount and balance tires. I'm just like, we fucking you don't need a whole course on this. You know, that's one of those things where if you don't know how to do it already, you can learn on the job, right? So did Art Center force you guys to do shit like that? Art Center has a strong quality base that is hard to stray from, but it can still definitely have some hobos teaching the classes. But that's anywhere though. When it comes to instructors or professors, you can't escape that. No matter where you go, it's always, how much do you charge for a drawing? It really depends on what's involved. These days, like just fun little sketches like this that I end up shipping out, dude, I charge like $100 for this because we're just doing this for fun. Like my client work and then the Patreon stuff and then my personal stuff. That's the stuff. If I'm streaming, then we're having the fun artwork. The serious stuff, I can't be streaming that. Like I'm gonna put my earpieces in. You should be get all crazy. Nah, but if you want to do something fun like this, yeah, I don't really charge a lot. Yeah. You're chilling. That's good. I'm doing well. No, I'm lying. I'm doing okay. That's still a lie. I ain't doing that great. Just getting by day to day. You know what I'm saying? I do have a convention this well not a convention I have an artist table this weekend at the Japantown Mall in San Francisco. Um, so that will be fun. It's the Cherry Blossom Festival. So oh my wife is awake. Hold on. I'm gonna send her a picture of what we've been working on. Oh, do you know what the other commission we have after this is? The Crypt Keeper. I don't know if this is gonna like carbon date the old folk here, but like, do y'all remember the Crypt Keeper? Yeah, we're gonna do a fun sketch of that when we're done with this one. When I got the commission for that, I was so excited. I was like, oh, it's gonna be so fun. Like, you've been getting way better at drawing. Congrats. What do you find is helping you the most? Is it just mileage, just drawing more? That tends to be the the best way. What have you been drawing lately? His drawing is coming out great. Thank you. Yeah, I like the moment he commissioned me, I already had in my head. I knew what I wanted to do with this. You only took their adult school night classes and the nearby local junior college where the same teachers also teach. It's all supplemental though, encouraged to take as many before applying to their actual school. But yeah, I think they force a general ed class in their program, if that was the question. Yeah. Whether it's general ed or if I guess it would be the equivalent to general ed. Yeah. So like when I was at the automotive school, like I said, they make you take intro to brakes, you know, intro to like tires and wheels. And I'm just like, you're just burning money the whole time. That was a technical school, and they still did that. So that's why I was wondering is if they did the equivalent to that. But okay, a bunch of anime and cartoon. Also draw octopus for your sister-in-law for her birthday. She loves it. That's fun. I need to do a refresher course on animals. It's been a few years since we've done. What's it been like over 3 years since I've done some hardcore um, animal studies. Um, I was obsessed with them for a while. You remember that? That's like all we would do. Yeah. I think right now I could, off the top of my head, I can do alligators and crocodiles because they're the same thing. Racist. Pigs, horses, sharks, land and sea turtles. Um, you know, I can't remember. I used to have this like index of insects that I used to be able to draw, like a Hercules beetle, a praying mantis, and not just draw them in a cartoony way. Like I used to be able to. I'm sure if we spend like 20 minutes refreshing it, it'll all come back. But when you said octopus, it reminded me of when we did the squid study. Okay. Just wanted to mark the places that are going to protrude out into the white border. Now we'll do the white border, but we'll do it with a 1 O. Skipping basic fundamentals. I'm pretty sure they let you skip because even their night school programs have tiers, and I think are used are used to judge where you're at before getting your classes. Not 100%. Okay. Yeah, that would be the ideal way. Like like some kind of aptitude, maybe not necessarily a test, but like a way to gauge, you know? Okay, so now that we have a few more faces in the stream, you guys remember we had that sponsored Star Rail stream yesterday? My God, because I don't play a lot of video games, right? But my God, I was like, all I want to do is play that fucking game all day, but I can't because I got a business to run. All right, hold on, give me a second. I think my wife is awake. I have to go make sure she's okay. All right, give me a second. I gotta go check on my wife, make sure she's okay. Okay, back. Oh, that's that drug dealing game, right? Oh, I forgot what we were doing. From my wife was telling me that she had read something about that game where there was somebody else who developed like a drug dealing game, and they were trying to sue the Schedule One people for like copying their game or some shit like that. And I'm like, dude, one, dealing drugs is not like a new unique thing. You know, simulators are not a new thing. Dealing drugs is not a new thing. And I'm pretty sure there's other drug dealing games. Okay, now that the frame is there, I can move a lot faster. I'm always so hesitant to start working where I don't have the frame. Oh, wait, that's his beard, not his mouth. What am I doing? You heard about that? I based it on personal experience. Pixel, what's up? We're working on a Simpsons commission. This is because normally, for anyone who's just kind of new here, I normally only did we get rated? No. Okay. Thank you. For anyone who's new, I normally do like a lot of we're either doing like art studies on here or like anime or comic book shit usually because that's what most people commission me for. I rarely get fun, just like different things. That's why I'm having such a good time with this. Oh, thank you. I primarily use I almost messed that line up. My dog came up and just booped me in my butt. Scared the shit out of me right now. Yeah, what's up? She just ran away. Um, Normally I work with brush pens, so anytime I get a chance to use a multi-liner, I just feel like there's like so much control with a multi-liner. But yeah, hope everyone's having a good. It's Wednesday already? Hope everyone had fun doing their taxes if you're in the US. Oh no, I messed up. Oh, come on, Stream Elements. Has Stream Elements been telling you guys to play Star Rail? Because that was yesterday. I could have sworn I turned that off. Hold on, I'll get back to the chat. I gotta turn this Star Rail timer off. Yeah, why is it still on? My bad. That was a sponsored stream from yesterday. I mean, if you want to use my link, you can go ahead, but I'm telling you, that was that game's hella good though. I was gonna say. Okay. So some says good else, thank you. Do you make a living off your art? Yes, I do. Um, do you make a living off your art as a professional? Yes, I do. Majority of my income as an artist comes from conventions, like anime and comic book conventions. That's where a majority of it comes from. Um, Everything else is scattershot. Like most independent artists, it's YouTube. Let me rephrase that. It's live stream, revenue, YouTube, private commission work. Sometimes I get bigger clients. Like I was talking about earlier, whenever you see me streaming, we're only working on like the smaller client work, the non NDA stuff, or we're studying. Everything else I'm either not allowed to stream or I don't want to stream it because it distracts me. To me, this is like my time off. So whenever I get fun commissions like this, that's when you'll see us streaming. So the fun commissions are a nice little um, income, but like the income that pays the bills comes from bigger work, boring work. You want to make a living off of art? You know what? It's not all it's cracked up to be. Real talk, because the other, I mean, of course, you'd come up with a few examples, like the Ross draws and stuff, where they can kind of just do whatever the fuck they want, right? But I'll say like no hyperbole. Honestly, probably like 99% of artists, once you make it your living, you're not going to be able to do or draw the things that you want. So, like for example, and that's totally fine too. You want to work for a studio. Why am I slurring my words? Like if you want to work for a studio or something, that's totally cool and all that, right? But like if you have your own idea for like a comic or something, then you're definitely not gonna, anyway. Um, there's a lot of give and take to it. That's why I always tell people, what you should do first is get like a full-time job doing anything that doesn't drain all your fucking mental energy. So for example, don't be a teacher, you know? Um and then my bad, my gain on my mic is really high. And then try to see how much you can do client wise, revenue wise on like as a side. And if you get to a point where you're just kind of like, even if I doubled this, it wouldn't be enough, then at least you didn't like fuck yourself over. I'm only saying this because a lot of people hop right in to trying to be full time, and that shit is like, I tell people, man, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. It's a very but it's not just like drawing art, music art. For example, like DJs when they play a club, because that's where they get paid. Do you think they're gonna be able to play their own music? No, they got to play got to play what's hot. Anime and comic book and video game conventions. Yep. Night markets. I used to do live drawing, live performance drawing at night markets. Something I'm still interested in doing, but like I just schedule wise and stuff hasn't allowed me to get back out there and do like drawing in front of people. That's why I like streaming. I like drawing in front of people. Uh, it's fun to do it at home because sometimes I don't have to wear pants. But when I'm in public, I do. uh, Vince, yo, what's up? You're waiting on a few more cards. Once they get in, I'll ship the deck. God damn, dude. I thought you were building that deck. So you see, Vincent here in the chat. That's my brother. He like my IRL uh man, and he's building me a Magic the Gathering deck. And he just got me into Magic. I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. So I thought you were just building that deck off of extras you had. I didn't know you were like buying cards for it, man. How do you find a way to make uh Okay, here's a good question. Pixel has very good questions here today. I appreciate the questions, by the way. That helps like give topics to talk about. How do you find a way to make money on art? For example, conventions, how does that work? So I'm in the US. From my experience, I've traveled international for conventions and art shows, and doing that, like setting up the whole thing about like setting up a booth and showcasing and selling your work, in my opinion, is only sustainable in the US because there's not enough quantity of those shows like outside the US. It's just that's just my opinion. I've done stuff, and it's a good supplement income if you are outside the US. But here in the US, you can do a show like every fucking weekend. All right, so the way conventions work, so I'll go into two topics. One topic will be the conventions, and two, how to make money with your art. I'll give you how I started making money with my art. So the first thing, conventions. You just find out, you just get the schedule for like an anime or comic book convention that you're interested in. You see what time of the year it is, and then you go follow them on social media or email them and say, "Hey, when are you opening applications?" And then you just fill out an application, and if they accept your application, and every con has different criteria for who they accept. After you're accepted, then they give you the opportunity to pay for a space, which these days is really expensive. So I'll give you an example. I recently signed up for three conventions that I got into. One of them was 500, one of them was 800, one of them was 900. All three of those got paid for in the span of like a week. So, yeah. Uh that's how doing a lot of big shows can go. Now, you'll find a lot of tables in like the 200-300 range. That's kind of where you want to stay if you're brand new. Hopefully cheaper. I fly out to shows. But if you're just getting started, if that's the route you want to go, stay local, don't use a lot of money. Cons are not for everyone. You need to be able to speak to people. You need to be able to like present yourself, present them, right? Uh and that's just one avenue to do it. Night markets are the same way. If you've ever been to like a food truck night market or like a food night fair or something like that, yeah, a lot of them accept artists, or so that's one avenue. Another you have social anxiety. Well, thankfully the internet has made it so that you don't have to go out there. I started doing that before like VTubing was a thing. I started, I had my feet on the pavement long before any of this kind of before you could make large amounts of money on the internet. That's when I was out there, and I've always kept it as part of what I do, and I slowly developed my ability to speak to people over time. Even though I'm slurring and can't fucking make a coherent sentence now, just believe me, in person I can fake it. Uh, it's the whole pants no pants thing. Um, do you think you could still do it? I think anybody can do it, but are you going to be able to do it in the time frame that you want? That's questionable. A lot of people just like they don't have the patience, and it just takes patience more than anything. Um, so if you're looking for a way to, how I mentioned you want to start slow, you want to have a job separate, like a paying job separate from your artwork at first. What you can do to start easing in to trying to find clients to commission you, and you have a shit ton of competition. So the best way to do it is to find something that you really like and go find the community for that. So for example, I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. So my first like 2 years of clients, this was like hella long ago. Some of you probably weren't even, you guys were little fetuses back then. Um, like the first 2 years of my clients were all Yu-Gi-Oh related artwork because I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player. I used to be able to go to regional events and stuff, and I would talk to people about. I would come with like my artwork. I would make YouTube videos, and I targeted a specific demographic. So, in my opinion, because there's so much competition out there in the general art population, everyone wants to be like a concept artist, um, which is great, but your competition is too high. So find something that you personally really like. Go find the community for that if there's like they're on Reddit or whatever, and just try to get small commission work off of them. And then just kind of build up your clientele, and then you'll learn all the ins and outs of everything as you go. Um and yeah, you don't even have to leave. I wish Exo was here. If Exo, who's normally in the chat, he's probably busy. He's probably at work or something right now. Exo has a lock on the VTube community. He has them by their V balls, man. It's crazy, you know. He's been trying to go full time for a few years, and he's doing really well. But that's because he found an audience that shared something that he was really interested in, genuinely interested in, and he capitalized on that, and he just focused on them. He doesn't have to worry about, oh, I want somebody to commission me to do another Iron Man like the 10,000 other artists today who did an Iron Man drawing. He found a community and he stuck to it. So find your niche, find something narrow, focused. That's your best way to get clients, and that's the best way to get started. And then you'll build up this clientele, you'll build up this history, you'll get better at drawing, you'll get better at your business as you do it. And then over time, unspecified amount of time, you'll be okay. How long did it take you? I don't know. Clock's still going. COVID really fucked everything up, didn't it? Can't keep blaming that. That was like 5 years ago, man. Yeah, throw it up into the Discord. I don't have an active Discord link right now. Every time I try to make one, it just doesn't work. How long did it take me? Look, it everyone's situation is different. Okay? I don't like to answer that question about how long did it take me. I didn't start drawing until I was 25, and I had money saved up from a different career that I had. So when I went into being an artist, I actually went balls deep, like full time right away. Very unwise, but and I had money to invest in myself. So I was able to kind of expedite things because I had already had a separate career and I had money saved up. So I was able to, 1 year, I was like, all right, I'm going to do conventions, but I'm going to do like 20 of them, like right away. I didn't have to build up. It was just like, all right, fine. If this doesn't work out, it's cool. I'll just go kill myself. Some shit like that. You know what I mean? So asking me like how long it takes or how long, I don't have an answer for that for myself. And my situation was very different. So it's just basically it's going to take however long it's going to take. You never know. What if you draw something and it gets real hot, and then all of a sudden, because I've seen that happen over my years of doing this, I've seen people just explode for no fucking reason. But the only way to guarantee that that doesn't happen is if you don't. Oh, so cliche, but if you don't try it. The cool thing is it's free to post all your stuff online. I mean, it takes time, but everything takes time. Oh, I hate that argument. You know, it's free to post on Instagram. Yeah, but like it takes your time. I'm like, dude, everything takes time. What are you talking about? In my prime, I was doing like 30 plus cons a year. Let me rephrase that. In my convention prime, I'm in my I'm in my adult prime now. It was just my birthday a couple days ago. It is Ned. Yeah. This is based on the zombie episode. So in regards to different avenues you could take, if if you have social anxiety, you don't want to go out there, you can just stream online. You can stream from your phone. It doesn't require a lot of equipment. Like I have a bunch of equipment. Guess what? I was streaming before I had all this stuff. If this stuff burned down, I would stream without it. You know, How long have I been an artist? Since the end of 2012. I'm gonna hop in the Discord real quick. I don't have an active Discord link for any of you guys. My bad. I'll try to make one right now. So you know what happens when I try to make a link? There's a button. So when I try to make a Discord link, it'll say click copy to generate link, and then it'll have a big old button that says copy. I'll hit copy, and then it copies literally that text. And if I paste it, I end up pasting click copy. What markers are those? Those look familiar. I think a company sent me some of those. Oh, am I now? Yeah, once you pass the decade mark. Yeah. How old did I turn? Old enough. I went to go visit I went to go visit my parents today, and I haven't smoked a cigarette in a while, and my dad had one, and it was like the most amazing thing of my fucking life. I was around. I remember the days. I was around during the rise of Jazza, the rise and I guess fall of Rostros. I was around. I was around for all of it. I seen it. I seen it all. I seen it from the outside. Key thrown markers. Oh, okay. You know, there's a lot of companies that make markers with that same body style. It's just like if you go, at least not here in the U.S., but if you go overseas, you'll find a lot of companies that make markers that have the same body style as Copics. That's why I thought I recognized it. So I'm not trying to plug anything, but oh, I guess that's what I'm gonna do. Uh, where's that playlist? Where's that Artist Alley vlog playlist? Oh, there it is. So when I first started going to conventions, I was vlogging all of it. Did I share too much info? Maybe, but yeah. If you want to see what it's like, now these are pretty old. So well, if you go further down the playlist, you'll see more recent stuff. But I think the beginning of the playlist is old stuff. Is like from 2015. So if you want to see like the hassle and work that's involved with doing shows, you can skim through those. That's free. Pre blonde. I have 2 episodes coming out this year, by the way. I know people keep bugging me. They're like, "When are you gonna make more?" And I keep telling everyone, like, I tell everyone, I can't make episodes if I don't have anything interesting to say. So I have 2 episodes coming out this year, and they're gonna come out like back to back. I have one of them edited and one of them shot and slightly edited, but I'm missing some stuff. Um, yeah, I really like the Fairly Odd Parents one. Did that one take longer? Well, there's more detail in like the Chucky, but I like the Fairly Odd. one. If I could direct you to one episode, it would be it. Yeah, if you go to my Instagram, we took a selfie together. I pinned it. I pinned it. I think one artist alley vlog is, or one artist vlog is committed entirely to when I went to go see Kim Jong Il's lecture in San Francisco. How did Kim Jong Il get so big? Cause he's fucking incredible. But you know what? Did you know that he was in his 40s before anyone honestly paid attention to him outside of Korea? Honestly, I remember seeing his video back in 2014, and it had like 10,000 views or something like that. It was like one of his big wall drawings, right? And he didn't really take off until a few years after that, and especially here in the states, or overseas for sure. Um, but you didn't hear about him. You didn't hear about him here in the states until the late 2010s. He was in his mid 40s already when it happened. And even he said, when I was at that lecture, even he said that like if it wasn't for the YouTube video and his manager, that he'd probably still be drawing in his room. He said some shit like that. You don't get what you des That's okay. Well, that's the thing that you're gonna have to, if you want to be an artist, a professional artist, that's something that you're gonna have to kind of come to terms with. Is you don't get what you deserve. You just kind of get what you get. How many artists? Okay, I'm not talking smack on anybody. I'm just gonna say how it is, and if it sounds like smack, then I guess that's what it is. I work comic book and anime conventions. I'm not saying that I'm not the best artist there for sure. 1,000,000% absolutely not. Okay, I'm not that arrogant. But when it comes to the application process, see who gets accepted. All I'm saying is I'm better than most of the people. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's just it's just what it is. So if you want to be an artist, one thing, and I know you said you have social anxiety, so I assume you probably are on the internet a lot. Something that you're gonna have to do is not get affected from when you see other artists doing really well. Okay. That's like a childish thing. And that's a heavy thing. A lot of artists I talk to, especially the youngins, you young people, obsessed with that shit. I know artists who won't go out to dinner. I'm not. This is no. I'm not. It's not hyperbole. This is like for real shit. At the end of a convention day, artists in the artist alley will often go out and hang out afterwards, like to dinner or something, talk shit, share, network. I've met artists who will not go to dinner if somebody doesn't have X amount of followers. That's not hyperbole, man. I swear to God. I swear to God. And I understand it. That's part of the business. But you want to get in this field, that's how it's going to be. Or you could do what I do and just don't talk to anybody and just do your own thing. I wouldn't recommend it. Hey, Rated, if you got that Discord link working, you drop it. Do it. Vince, are you still there? You want to hear this? You want to hear this heat that I found? It's gonna demonetize the video, but I don't really care. Thank you, Rated. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Every time I try to make a link, it doesn't work. Do I paint as well? Yeah. Oil painting is one of the things that I picked up. That's like the most recent. That's the most recent. What do you call it? Medium that I've picked up. I've dabbled in everything. I even dabbled in animation for a little bit, and it just wasn't for me. But yeah. You made it permanent too? Whoa. I'm gonna copy that link. See, I used to pay for Discord and they let me use like a custom link where it wasn't like discord.gg/random numbers. It was discord.gg/ like a custom URL. And ever since I stopped paying for Discord, like I just haven't been able to keep a working link. So I appreciate that. We're gonna hold on to that as long as we can. And if some shit happens, then we'll make a new one. Yeah. Well, I have the link copied over here. I'll hold on to that link. I'll fix the Nightbot when we're done here. Do you have to practice 12 to 16 hours a day? You need to just practice as long as you need to practice. 12 to 16 is not realistic for everybody just because like other things, right? Like sleep. You you just need to practice until you're not bad at the things that you're bad at, however long that takes. So for example, if you're bad at drawing feet, however long it takes you to watch a bunch of YouTube videos and read a bunch of books and practice until you don't suck at drawing feet, that's how long you have to take. There's that whole thing. I have people walking around. Oh, you got to do 10,000 hours before you're any good. I was like, I don't know. I think I got pretty okay before 10,000. Now there's stuff that I still suck at after 10,000, right? If anyone doesn't have like a human answer for you, you know what I mean? Everyone likes to talk in tweets. It's going to take you how long it's going to take you. The end. We're going to switch to a thinner pen. This is a 03. We're going to switch to a 01 for the background characters because you want their line art to be, you want the background characters, you want them to be there. I was considering not even doing line art on them and then just using the Copic markers, but I want to keep it in that Simpsons style. So there's line art on everything. So with the background characters, we're going to use a thinner pen, and then we're gonna put less detail on them. So they'll still be there, but they won't draw a lot of attention. I'll give you an example. Earlier we were talking about hardcore like animal studies that we used to do on stream because I had this phase where all I wanted to draw and learn was animals. Um, and like I was like really good at learning pretty much every animal that came up, but there's something about cats. I like to this day I can't draw a cat. I could draw an anime cat. I can't draw a real cat. I like we dissected the shape of the skull. I like turned it inside out, and I just could not grasp the shape of it for some fucking reason. You know, I guarantee I spent like at least 10 hours on it. I just couldn't do it. I don't know why. We learned everything else, right? But for some reason, that particular topic was just whooping my ass, and that doesn't fall into any like rule of how long it takes to learn something. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, my I think my last piece of advice I have, if you're a new artist, is you're just so worried. You're worried about all the bad stuff already. How long is it gonna take me? But just like you're gonna have plenty of time to stress over that shit. When you get started, just think about the good stuff. Rated, I appreciate that. Thank you. Like for real, I'm not just saying that. I appreciate that. I appreciate you hanging out for so many years too. Years. That's crazy. I've realized my Simpson characters lean a lot more into having Rick and Morty qualities than Simpsons. I mean, if you think about it, they're pretty similar. So a few years ago, I did this drawing of every Rick and Morty character from season 1 through 3, and that has that very cartoon. It has a specific art style, right? By the time I was done, that because I had the Rick and Morty art book, so I was studying out of there to make sure I got the characters to look, at least somewhat close to how they're supposed to be, and I just could not shake off. There's like little things they do in Rick and Morty, like they do a lot of like this thing on the edge of the lips or on the edge of the mouths, and that just bled into like my normal work, and I just couldn't get rid of it for like weeks. Hey, what's up? Oh, we got a raid? Dude, how's it going? Oh, it's been a minute. Um, have you ever came across jealousy or envy in the art community or at conventions? That's all the art community is. That's all it is. That's why I don't that's why I don't like hang out with a lot of other artists. That's why I don't usually partake in uh a lot of like art online communities or anything. Just like there's a lot of that in the art community, man, or community and the group of artists. It's You ever watch Mean Girls? It's just that. It's just that, except with grown ass people. You know what's a fascinating phenomenon to me is being an artist is so personal, and it's one of the jobs that requires the thickest skin because it takes the most scrutiny, and yet the people who are participate in it who choose to participate in this field are soft as baby shit, and it's so weird. That would be like that's like that's like if you have like skin cancer and you're just like I want to be I want to be I want to be a lifeguard. I just want to spend my whole time outside in the sun, right? And you just complain about how sunny it is all the time. It's like, oh, some ramen sounds so good. You know, my birthday was a couple days ago, and my wife was asking what we're gonna do, what we're gonna go eat, and I couldn't think of anything at all. Like the idea of donuts crossed my mind, but I was just like, that's I feel like shit afterwards, so I decided against it. Ramen would have been perfect. Just go to Walmart, drop drop like $4, come home with like a bucket of ramen, ramen packets. That would have been sick. Oh, thank you. Golden Harbor. Ah, don't play, man. We almost did, Vince. We almost went to that buffet, but we decided like because it like remember I told you like it makes us sick because we don't eat that kind of food often. And I know the argument against it is, well, if you go, don't gorge on food, just enjoy a little bit. I'm like, it's a buffet. If I go to a buffet, you best bet I'm going to gorge on some food, and I'll get sick. And I was just like, I can't get sick. So, have you heard 24-hour comic day? I've heard of comic book day. Example of what? All right, give me a second. I have to do something here, and I will return to the chat. Oh, the ways of jealousy, envy can manifest in the art world. The same way it could manifest in every other craft. Like you see somebody, it's whatever you choose to care about is the thing that's going to bother you. So like if you care about followers, you're going to find some artists who maybe you're just like, I don't get why people like these particular artists so much, but they have a lot of followers, and followers result in money, and money results in, well, you know, money. Um, or attention, even if it's not money, attention itself. Um, a lot of it has to do with social media. If you choose to care about that stuff, then you're there's a chance that you're gonna have that envy in somebody. But that goes for anything. Like if you're a musician, bands, you'd be like, what? That fucking person can't even sing. Why are they like, you know? So that's just one example. But there's nothing unique about the art field. So anything that your brain could think of in regards to what would make somebody salty or envious, you could just apply that to our craft. It's the same thing. Comic book shops stay open that day and artists stay overnight. What? No, I haven't heard of that one. No. My bad if I'm booping the mic. I think this is the last portion of the line art, and then we'll get to coloring. Now, normally, lately, I've been really good about just kind of leaving the undersketch, the pencil marks, because I think it looks really cool. It's a it's a whole thing that I don't want to get into right now. But for this one, I'm gonna clean it up. Again, I appreciate that raid. That's cool. Have you ever came across annoying or difficult people to deal with at art conventions? Of course. Again, like I said, there's nothing special about being an artist. Every job you go to is going to have somebody that you're going to have to deal with, and that's just what it is. Infamous. Any advice on light source shading, shadows, spot blacks? Just thirsty for knowledge. Um, there's a lot to talk about there. Well, in general, spot blacks are used. For those who don't know what spot blacks are, do I have any examples on me? I don't. Uh, Spot blacks tend to be best used when opposed to the light source. Same thing with line weight. So, like the light source on this one, the light source is going to be the moon, right? So the light will be coming from here. If I were going to use spot blacks and or alter the line weight here, if I were going to give some variation to the line weight, I would put it I would put it opposite side of where the light source is, usually. And then I would use the line weight. It's like I would thicken up to accentuate shapes. So like like this straight part of Flanders' arm right here would stay one weight, and then it would thicken up when you get across the curve there. Just watch Yu-Gi-Oh! If you want to know how to use line weight and spot blacks very effectively, go watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically the episodes where Takahiro Kagami is involved. There are some actually there are a lot of episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh that don't qualify for this. Find the episodes where Takahiro Kagami is involved and go look at how he utilizes line weight and spot blacks. Swear to God, that's all you need. I don't know if I spelled his first name right. I'm serious. I'm serious. Like I learned how to draw hands like I learned how to draw hands like the traditional way. Skeleton first, basic shapes. Um this is all what I'm about to like this is all Takahiro right here. So I learned how to draw hands the traditional way, right? Learn the bones first. You know, turn turn them into basic shapes. I did a tutorial for DeviantArt on this, by the way. It's still up somewhere, right? All right. So I cannot read it, but this is Takahiro Kagami's book, right? I'm going off on a tangent. We went from line weight to me getting moist over this guy. Okay, so I did the traditional hand studying, right? But being able to do crazy shit, that all came from Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically that guy. So when I recommend him for not just the line weight and the spot black usage, like he just go look at his fucking art. What a beast. I never get to talk about him a lot, and like whenever you go into art conversations with people, his name never comes up. So this is me being moist over this dude. So you know what I'm saying? So just am I a David Lynch fan? I am. We haven't had a stressed out Miyazaki sketch in a long time. uh, Hold on. One of your favorite things I did that directed at me was all the Pokemon from every generation because you love Pokemon. Yo, yeah. I thank you. That is that is my main thing. So earlier this year, I don't know, for some reason a lot of people didn't show up, even though I spammed the shit out of advertising this. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay, so my most popular fan art piece that I've done, the every Pokemon drawing, right? For some reason, and a lot of y'all didn't show up, probably because, you know, the social medias didn't show me to you. We I took this drawing and we did a limited edition recoloring where I did everybody shiny. So I know a lot of you are familiar with the shiny edition, but some of you who are not, and you'd seen the original one before. I just want to let you know that for like a decade, people have been bothering me, not bothering, interested in me doing a full shiny version, and I just want everyone to know that it's done. It's no longer available though, so now everyone can stop bothering me about it. Because I spammed the shit out of this for like 2 months, and if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. So anyway, my point is, thank you. The Pokemon drawing is probably my most popular piece, but now the shiny is done. People could leave me alone about it. Is that why you're talking about Alex? You're talking about old school. So is that probably why you had a lot of interest in like spot blacks? Are you familiar with no tan style? I did not know that was a command. Why do I have so many chatbots in here? I have like 4 chatbots. It's because I use a service and then I move away from it and I don't turn off that bot. So it's like, okay, this is going to be a very delicate process to erase and try not to bend the paper. Oh, not that one. Okay, I've been working on this a bit too long, so we're gonna go ahead and uh, get it going. Um, yeah, you can Google No 10 style, and then you could find a lot of really cool references. I mean, not there's a lot of people who use that like style to do like graphic design work, but I'm more I'm more saying that you should go take a look at how people implement that in a more illustrative way and not so much like logo way. No outline around the moon. Outline around everything else, but not the moon. When I first started drawing, I was super into getting all like art, all the art tools, right? Like I was like, oh, I'm gonna use a kneaded eraser for everything, and blah, blah, blah. And then I watched this, and then in my head, as I was using a lot of these tools, I knew I was just like, why are some of these so fucking impractical, right? Um, like why do I have to pay $40 for a straight edge? I could get a ruler for like $1, right? um, so anyway, but I kept buying the fancy stuff because it's what you're supposed to do. And eventually I watched this tutorial video by Adam Hughes where he talks about he just uses a big eraser like this to nuke all of his even his professional comic pages. He's just like, yeah, I just use a normal eraser. Get it at the dollar store. And at that moment I was just like, it's all a scam. Yes. Um any any pen that I recommend to people has to be refillable. If it's not refillable, I never recommend it. I have these because I've done work with Copic and they've sent me a lot of cool shit. And I mean, I'll use them until they're dead, and then I have to discard them. They're even like they're rounded on the back to make it really hard to take these off. With microns, you could just take pliers, pop these open, drip fill them. If you do get microns, the ink quality that I'm about to recommend it may not be that great, but um it's fine. So India ink by any brand, but I get that cheap PH Martin India ink. Make sure there's no glitter or anything in it. It'll clog your pen. That's what I use to refill a majority of my, especially my brush pens. Whoop. Do you have a favorite art tool you stand by? Shit, where's my Pentel brush pen? Oh, it's right here. It's either my Pentel brush pen or my 24-inch Cintiq, and the only reason I stand by that thing is because I paid a hell of money for it, so I have to like it. It's like when you have a kid, you just got to be like, yeah, I guess I love him. Who here has done a really detailed illustration? You had the pencils and you did the line art, the ink, you inked over it, and then you're going in to kind of clean it up with an eraser, and then you bend the fuck out of the page. Yeah. Get the 16. I had a Wacom bamboo for the longest time, and I could not get used to it. This was like way back in the day. And then I got the Wacom 13 inch when it first came out. That thing, horrible. Drivers were trash. It had a proprietary plug where it had a proprietary plug that was like this big and it was flat. So it's like, and then it would like wobble. And if you like breathe on it, it would like, if you breathe on it, it would like flicker the screen. I had to put something to support the cable. Anyway, I used that for hella long. I used that thing for like 6 years or some shit. Like hella long. I only got this Cintiq like 3 years ago. My big one here. I did have a mobile studio pro, the because I used to travel a lot for work. Um, so I wanted to take my my projects on the go. So I had a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro. That was a 16 inch, and I think I have big sausage fingers, so it was not big enough for what I wanted to do. Um, but I think like a normal person, the 16-inch Cintiq or any screen tablet around 16-inch range is fine. That's perfect. You don't gotta spend hella to go bigger. It's unnecessary. Yeah, do that. Has it paid for itself since I got it? The big Cintiq? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the work that I've done on it has made me money, but the question is, would I not have been able to do that work on a smaller Cintiq as well? Probably. I got it. So I got it during a time when I was rebuilding my whole office, because like at that time I was like, oh, I've just always wanted one of those big Cintiqs. I've just always wanted one. And then it was at the time I had like built a brand new computer and a whole new system, and I was just like, we're just gonna go all out. Just gonna go all out and do everything. So basically, I'm saying I don't know if I would have made the same choice today. No, no, I enjoy it, especially as I think I start appreciating it as I get older, and like it's harder to hunch over to smaller tablets, or it's harder because like on smaller tablets I tend to flick my wrist a lot. When I do digital art, I tend to flick my wrist a lot. When I'm traditional, I'm a lot better at pivoting with my shoulder, my elbow, and my fingers. Basically everything except the wrist. When I go digital, for some reason, something about the weight of the stylus, I'm just like everything. Yeah, if you're already in the market for a new one, you're better off just being patient and waiting to get one with the screen on it. Because that technology is no longer like gate kept by Wacom and their bullshit. Wacom is just Apple. Wacom is just Nvidia. It's one of those companies. I went to the Wacom Experience Center in Portland, Oregon, and uh, we got to play around on like the 27-inch Cintiq, like the 27 Cintiq Touch. I was like, this thing is crazy. So like 6 grand or something like that. It was some crazy number. I was like, you could buy like two 24s for the price of this 27. There's that 3 inches is not that good. Like, that's what she said. Normally, we'll do a second pass on the line art. But because I want to keep it a lot more like Simpsons style, keep it real simple and cartoonish, we're not gonna add any extra line weight or line weight variation. We're not gonna do any of that. It's just gonna be this. And then I got virtual Windows emulator so I can get legal free old version Adobe. I mean, yeah, I totally pay for mine. CS6. You know what the best part? You know what the best part about using old software is? The system requirements. So no, so the best part about using old hardware like Adobe CS2 and CS6, Premiere Pro 6 is hardware keeps getting better. Those system requirements stay the same. You know what I mean? You can get like a mid-range AM5 CPU and it will murder, demolish an old version of Photoshop. All right, exactly. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you understood that. All right, all right. All right. Let's I'm going to pick my colors. So, normally I have to worry about normally I have to worry about like color values and all that. Not here. This is a cartoon drawing. We don't get a lot of these. I'm going to enjoy it and I'm going to actually whip out the colors, my Copic colors, which I don't get to use that often. Definitely not. Yeah. I said, Flanders, or at least zombie Flanders. Um, does his hair, the color on his hair, match Homer's beard? Whoa, I got it on the first try. See, I don't have a refill for Y15 though, so even if it looks like the right color, I hopefully we have enough in there. Oh wait. This will be Homer, this will be Flanders. What else? Nope. Well, yeah, but it's because I'm looking at zombie Flanders as reference right now. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so we need zombie Flanders. Okay. I think I have the right color for that. I do. Gray. We'll probably use we'll use this for his pants. Bart. Oh, the pants. The blue on the pants is what I'm having trouble color matching. Do you know of the new California bill proposing a 35% subsidy for animation? I don't know anything about that. If you are familiar with it, feel free to share it because I that sounds about right. I was trying to figure out how to say it, and I'm just like, you know. So I'm gonna have to give. I don't want to give Homer and Bart the same colored pants. Bart's are way more saturated, but I don't have the right color for that. So I think for Bart it'll be okay if we use something. Yeah, that'll work. Now we need an orange for Bart's shirt. Mm, okay. Okay. Dry. Well, maybe this is one. Yeah, this will work for Bart's shirt right here. So We have a stack for Bart. They'll share the same yellow on their skin. This is the stack for Homer. I thought I put you away. No. This is Homer's beard. And then this is the Flanders pile over here. Then for the sky, we're going to use a violet. What do I have? Basically, the sky is going to be whatever refill I have for. We could do this, but this was going to be Flanders pants, so we can use that for the sky because I have a big refill tube of that. I think Flanders pants, we can just use a neutral gray for it, or probably a cool gray. Probably a cool gray. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a like a high saturated sky. Um, but I just don't have the equipment for it. I don't have the colors for it. Like I have, preferably I'd use this, but I don't have a refill for it, and there's no way I'm gonna be able to color in the entire sky without refill. Okay, so basically, someone in the government is incentivizing for animation to be produced, so they're making it fiscally, uh, through taxes for people who produce animations fiscally do so and go crazy about it. Wow, it's unlikely that the bill will significantly change how Hollywood currently produces animations, potentially encourage more projects, greenlight. How about smaller stuff though? Fuck Hollywood. How about smaller stuff? Yeah. All right. Give me like 5 minutes. Got to take the dog out. I already have this took dog potty sign prepared for such an occasion. Okay. BRB. All right, I'm back and I have food. So we're gonna hang out here while I eat my food because I just dropped a bunch of shit. We'll hang out here while I recharge. Yeah, food time. Oh my god, so good. What's everyone working on right now? Oh, my bad. We had a question in the YouTube chat like an hour ago. Any advice? Oh, wait, that was you. My bad. Yeah, smart. You headed over to the Twitch. I appreciate that. We're grinding the gold event on Clash of Clans. That's sick. When we're done here, I'm gonna take an hour break and play what's it called? Star Rail. We had a sponsored stream for Star Rail yesterday. That's what it's called, right? This game I'm into, I don't even know what it's called. Yeah. My first time playing Star Rail was yesterday during that sponsored live stream. I agreed to it because it was a turn-based game and I love turn-based combat. And I haven't played a lot of games that are turn-based lately. And then we played for 4 or 5, was it 5 hours yesterday? And now I'm fucking hooked. I love that game. I'm not too far into the game, so no one that really stands out yet. Welcome to the lunch. No. Welcome to the dinner break, everyone. I'm so tired. This food is gonna bring me back to life. Been playing. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Right, I'll finish my dinner later. We're gonna get to coloring. Oh, you know what? We need one more color. We need a color for you know what? I need to go see when Homer in the that Simpsons episode, when he shoots the zombies, do they have green blood? Is there any blood, or is it red? It's that glowing green. Hold on. Oh, I guess they don't really show like zombies getting blown up. Wow, is that really only like a 4.5 minute skit? Why do I feel like that was like a whole ass episode? Okay, we'll figure out the blood color. Let's do green because his tongue, the zombies, their tongue turns green. So we're gonna put the blood green. My favorite color, BG72. Okay. So, and then I think we'll leave the moon white. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So generally, when you're coloring, you kind of want to move. Like I'm gonna do the background or the sky, and then I'll just kind of gradually move up. Is how I like to do it. Am I still recording? All right. This is watercolor paper, by the way. Oh, I need to pick a color for the car. Hold on. That's it. Ha! Been getting these on the first try. That's pretty good. Needs a bit of a recharge. Favorite, my favorite commission topic of the year so far. Unless one of you want to try and top it by commissioning me for something. I swear I will turn my head up to look at the chat once I finish this section. So when you're working with alcohol markers, specifically Copic markers, you see how we're coloring in this whole section? You don't want to like do this and then leave it to dry, because when you come back, if you try to put another layer over it, it's just going to get darker. It'll turn into a different color. So that's the downside to alcohol markers, because once they dry, because you gotta work them while they're still wet. That's a downside to them, but it's also kind of an upside, because that means if you're good at manipulating layers of ink, you don't actually need a lot of markers. I buy every second value. So like neutral, let's talk about neutral grays, the most basic ones. I get neutral gray 0, because it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all individual markers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I get 0, skip 1, 2, skip 3, 4. That's because if you pile neutral 2, let it dry, and then put neutral 2 again on top of it, it's going to get darker. Almost to neutral 3, I would argue. And if you're good at blending, you can actually basically skip every other value color. Does that make sense? So that's how I used to do it back in the day, because I was too broke to buy a bunch of markers. And now even if Copic sends me stuff, that's how I still do it. There's still a lot of ink in here, but we're gonna recharge it because we're about to ink the biggest section. We don't want to run out halfway through. Yeah, thanks for coming by again, as always. Thank you. So I'm probably not going to look at the chat until we finish coloring this large portion of the sky here. My recording still? But I shall return to the chat. Damn, it is drying out already. Fuck, that was quick. Watch. Probably have to switch to the chisel tip. So the chisel tip is giving a different, yeah, it's giving it darker, so which means we'll have to go back over the other areas with the chisel tip. Should have started with a chisel. It's all good. This is why we do the background first. So even if it kind of bleeds outside of the lines, when we go about coloring it, so like I'm not able to really stay in the lines with the chisel tip, right? I mean, I could. I'm just choosing not to. Uh, like the yellow ink, even though yellow's like really light compared to this, the yellow ink that I'm going to use for their skin, because I'm going to put it on afterwards, it will basically take over. Like whatever purples that I have, the lavenders I have that are seeping into past the line art. When I once it's dry and I apply the yellow, it will basically wash that out, which is one of the reasons I always start with a background first. So in case I mess it up, which I always do, the things that I draw on top of it will cover it up. If you start with the characters first and then you go into the background, if you mess up, the background's just going to eat up on top of the characters. Does that make sense? I just realized I say, does that make sense? Quite often. That's the equivalent to, know what I'm saying? Yada mean? Yaddad mean. Yo, so a couple weeks ago, Copic, they they put out a post for the color. It was a it was like a skin tone color, E40, aka E40. And when I saw it in my feed, I was just like, oh shit, it's that Bay Area hyphy. It's like, why's Copic posting this? And they're like, oh, it's a marker. I was like, oh, okay. I felt so stupid. So next will be the clouds or the smoke here, which what did I allocate towards that? Cool gray 3 for the tops. Oh, you guys remember yesterday we had that live stream where I upgraded my wife's computer on stream, installed that 14 terabyte drive. We finished editing the video that it was a 40-hour game playthrough video, and we finished rendering it. It came out to like 1.7 terabytes. So this needs a refill. I appreciate everyone who's hanging out with this for this stream. Been on for 4 hours. I'm tempted to do another pass on the sky just to get rid of the streaks, which is going to happen right now. Yeah. So one more pass on the big area for the sky, just to get rid of those. You could see the strokes, the streaks. Yeah. Get rid of all that. I appreciate all the views, everyone. We are holding a pretty good, consistent view count these days. I'm happy with that. Hope everyone's having a good Wednesday. Wednesday? Yes. Much better. Should have started with the yellow. No, 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 no. No, no, no. This is right. You've been lurking. Hey, what's up? I didn't know you were. I didn't know you've been there. See what I mean? Definitely having a fun time with this one. BV20, which I do have the refill for. No, I don't think I should be able to get by without refilling it. No, let's not be lazy. We should be able to get by. Can tell. Got some more commissions coming to you in the future. Hey, Black Mrs. Commission. Hey, hey, hey. Well, I appreciate that. I hope you like how this is coming out. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I'm enjoying making this one. Like, I'm not like I wasn't lying. I wasn't making shit up the other day when you were asking me about these, like the Crypt Keeper and stuff. I was like, I wasn't lying. Like, just so stoked to draw, like just something fucking different, you know? And like I talked about earlier in the stream, I don't know if you're lurking during that time. It's fun to apply the basic knowledge of like earlier I was talking about perspective and how it's so important because pretty much every element of this drawing is based on, is pulled from my basic knowledge, not basic, my thorough knowledge of the basic subject of perspective. So it's fun to take these topics that I don't normally work on and apply, because Simpsons are pretty easy characters to draw, right? But to apply, the stuff, the sauce to it makes it really fun. Thank you. So Homer's shirt will be the same color as their eyes. So it's a good thing I refilled it. I should have did Homer's. We'll do the skin next. That's what it should have went. Eyeballs, skin, then clothing. So we'll do the skin next. I think I'm gonna shift the color that I'm using for Flanders skin. Dash, what's up? Oh, 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Gainer. Thank you for the follow. My bad, I didn't notice that. I haven't been able to fix the stream elements notifications yet. You just bought. How's my Easter going? Easter. Easter? If I go to the store and they have chocolate eggs, the caramel ones, then it will be a much better Easter. However, my birthday was a couple days ago, as was tax season. As an independent artist, I'm sure we can all relate. Not the hottest moment right now. That's not the hotness right now. But in general, I'm in good spirits. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. You didn't do it. It's not your fault. I haven't been streaming a lot lately. Well, actually, lately I have, but for the past couple months I haven't. Yeah, this is a commission. Look how fun this is. So much different than the sketchbook stuff that we used to do. So okay, so we said the skin is next. Let's use the chisel tip. Chisel tip tends to use less ink than the brush tip. Hold on, I will get back to the chat. Let me color this area in. I appreciate you coming through. Hope your Easter is going well. Do you do anything for Easter? I used to go to church with my family. We used we're Catholic. We used to go to that midnight shit. Like every opportunity they had to do the midnight mass. Could be Christmas, Easter. I guess that's like the religious version of saying you're just like hella down, right? It's like shit, I'll go to the midnight one. You're not down. Fuck. I'll go. Normally down the beach, you do volunteering. Oh, nice. It's the first time in 10 years. We're not rushed, so it's nice, relaxing day at home with the family. That's where it's at. Work so hard and put up with so much shit in the outside world so we could just spend like a couple hours with our family, right? But that does sound very relaxing. All right, so this weekend, what's not relaxing? I have an artist table at the Cherry Blossom Festival in San Francisco, Japantown Mall, on the top floor near the for anyone who's in the Bay Area and is familiar with the Japantown Mall, San Francisco Cherry Blossom Festival. I will be upstairs near Sophie's Crepes. I'll have an artist table. My friend runs a monthly art event out there, um, and I tend to. He runs a he runs a monthly art event out there. It's like a little artist alley. It's good for locals. I only go during big events, so there's just like a ton of foot traffic. Well, I think my dog has to go out again. Oh, actually, that last break that I took, where I put up the sign that I was going to take my dog out, I actually went to go get food and just totally forgot to take her out. That's probably why she's whining right now. Okay. For realsies this time. Where's the sign? For realsies this time, we're gonna take the dog out. And then when we come back, we'll finish this up. Okay. Give me like 5 minutes. I can go refill my water while I'm at it. I have returned, and we're gonna finish this. So the best iconic. Oh yeah, did you? I went to go look it up. Um, just to refresh myself. Did you know it's only like 4.5 minutes long? This zombie skit. I don't know why I thought it like I remember it being like way longer. I know that there's 3 stories per, so it makes sense that it would only be like 5 minutes long. It's like 4.5 minutes long. Yeah, it's that good. That's awesome, right? And you know what? If it were any longer, it probably wouldn't be good. One of the things it has going for it is, brevity is the soul of wit. I just realized the looks like my camera is really bright. When we're at the end, I will actually adjust the camera to make it look a lot more of how I'm seeing it. And then yeah, it's definitely brighter on camera. Just need to adjust it. I'm not gonna adjust it mid recording. I'll adjust it at the end. The brush side is way more stable. There's a lot of stuff I wish they did. It's been a really long time since I've watched original like 4 seasons of The Simpsons, which is peak. Which is funny because the original 4 seasons of Family Guy was also like amazing. I don't know how long it's been since y'all have watched Family Guy, but that first 4 seasons was just like it wasn't it wasn't like mean spirited like modern Family Guy is. It was nothing like that. It was just goofy. It was just dumb, and that's what made it fun to watch. These days, Family Guy is just like so mean. Um, yeah, I would imagine going back and watching early Simpsons as an older person, as like a more experienced person, is more enjoyable. I will get back to the chat. Let me finish this section, his pants, and then we'll get back to the chat. Come on, Marker, you can make it. I'm like, you can make it. There's a ton of ink on the other side. I may need to do a final pass with line art. Not thicker line, but just kind of like clean it up a little bit. I might move up the line art size on the characters by 1. Yeah, if you rewatch those old Family Guy episodes, they're just dumb. They're just dumb and fun. And that's good. It's not trying to be anything other than a bunch of fun. In the good old days. I know I say that a lot now. What color? Because they don't show any blood on this episode. What color should I have Flanders' blood? I was gonna because all the zombies, their mouth, all the pink and the red in their mouth turns green. So I'm thinking about just making his blood green. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so Zombie Flanders. Because this is such a pale color, it's hard to tell if it's like putting a lot on the page or not. Yeah, the chisel tip of this particular yellow is like, I don't know, it just never, it can never like hold ink. The brush side does. I appreciate all the views, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good Wednesday going into Thursday, at least here in California. Whatever it is for you right now. Remember when I said we're not gonna mess with the line art after we color? I lie. We're hella gonna go back in. I think this is for his sweater. Yep. YG35, YG95. Okay, I do have a refill for this, so that's perfect. Should be a shirt first. Perfect. Then it should go. We should finish the face first. When the talking goes down, that's how you know focus has started. All rated, thank you. Yeah, so for sure we're gonna go back over it with some with the lines or to clean up the line art. We're not gonna be putting in spot blacks or excessive line weight like variation. I just want to clean it up because when you go over it with the Copic markers, the alcohol, it does wash out the blackness of the line art quite a bit. So we're gonna go over it just to darken it up, but we're not actually gonna try to alter the line art. Does that make sense? Like how normally at the end I'll alter it by, fucking around with the line weight. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna bring the black back out. There's a lot of ink in this pen for being a chow marker. Chow was the skinny, just like the lower end version of the Copic line of pens, mainly because they're smaller, lower capacity. But man, this one must have been just like completely full. Emphasis on was. I appreciate that. I believe so as well. All right, so C5, which is cool gray 5, will be his pants. That should do it. And actually, we're not going to use that little pen because I have a big C5. So instead of trying to color it in with that, I'm going to use that. Is it C5, right? Oh, see, now I'm paranoid that C5's too dark. We're gonna go C3. We can always go darker. Can't go lighter. So we'll try C3. Because if it's too dark, then it's just like, I don't know. We'll fucking see. Now, Flanders is in the foreground, so it would be okay if he's a little darker. I'm considering going one more layer on his sweater because after it dries, to make it just a little bit darker. But C5 is like, that shit is like dark. No, see, this was the right choice. I could visualize this being darker, but I don't want to risk the whole drawing for it. Yeah, I'll finish it with C3, and then I'll let it sit for a while, and then I'll decide. Because right now I'm half and half. I'm going C5. See, because there's not the reason I want to go darker. The reason why I'm leaning towards going darker is because see how there's not much separation in color between the background and his pants. It's just like they're very similar, right? It's like on camera it almost looks like it's just one big blob, right? Without the line art, you wouldn't even be able to see the difference. So that is what's making me say it has to go C5 because it's C3 right now. Even if it's like I'm uncomfortable doing it, I think it just kind of has to be C5. See how it's so yeah, see how it's so washed out? No. So we have to let this dry. And while we're at it, while that's drying, this is dry, we'll go one more coat over here. I'm gonna top it off and then we'll go one coat to darken. If we're gonna darken this up, we're gonna darken this up, we gotta darken that up. I do appreciate all the follows today. What a random color. This is a nice color. This green right here, this like olive green, this is nice. So there's like I obviously don't use this color a lot, but I like this color enough. I could see its versatility enough so that I guess I bought a refill for it at some point. I don't remember when, but clearly I saw the potential in this marker. See what I was talking about earlier with alcohol markers? Once you let it dry, if you go over that same area with the same color, it'll kind of layer on each other, it'll get darker. That's how I avoid having to buy too many different like gray tones because I've learned how to blend them together, let them dry and like do like a double coat. So that lets me just use like every other color. All right, so we are gonna go with a C5. I bet it's gonna look good. I don't know why I was being a little bitch. The C5 was the color that we had pre-chosen in my little here. That's C5 right there. So my gray tones are almost 10 years old now, and I've never changed the nibs on them. I think that's pretty good. Not saying that not saying that they're not so worn out that I should. I'm just saying I haven't. Questionable. That's like not even that much darker. I will get back to the chat once I finish Flanders' pants. Just a little bit of line art cleanup, and then we're done. Is my head in the way? So I will be. All right. So I will be AFK from the chat for maybe 10 minutes as I clean up the line art, and then we'll hang out for a few minutes. I'll adjust the camera so it has proper brightness levels, so it's more accurate. Because it's really what you're seeing is like really bright. Thankfully, I recorded this whole thing, and I could actually get you a clean up the colors and get out like the real video. Anyway, let's do this real quick. I keep booping the mic. I will return to the chat in about 5 minutes. We should have this wrapped up by then. All right, I think that's it. See how much, I don't know if it comes across on screen, but doing that last pass to clean up the line art and bring out the blacks back up from the lines that get washed out when you use the alcohol inks makes a huge difference. So I'm going to actually adjust because my camera is looking real light. I'm going to adjust it to that it looks a lot closer to how it looks to me. That's a bit closer. But it's brightness wise it's like this, but Alexa stop. Brightness wise it's this, but it's actually a lot more saturated in person. Let me sorry, I'm like seeing double right now. I'm seeing double. 4 crusties. Yeah, I just finished this commission right now. All right, so let's hang out for a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna finish my dinner, and I'm gonna take about a 1 hour break of work. I'm gonna play some Star Rail. I'm tempted to stream it because I get bonuses if I stream it. Um, but that's my time. Did I finish the league commission? I did. It's packed and shipped already. I have pictures. All the league commissions are done. Um, that's the best you're gonna be able to see it. I have it up in the Discord. Yeah, and still the colors that you're seeing on camera are still not. They're still not what I have. I don't know if I have to. I don't know. I don't have I don't have a filter or anything running. It's just not picking up the colors. It's probably has to do with the creative style that I have on the camera right now. I don't remember what I left it at. I shot something with a creative PP7, but this is not. This would be like gray as shit if it was PP7, right? So, anyway, anyway, thank you all for hanging out. Again, we'll hang out. A couple more questions if you have any. Otherwise, we'll call it. This was a lot of fun to do. Like I said before, I always do anime characters, always do comic book characters. So to be able to do something just totally not what we could do normally was fun. So um when I got the request for this commission, I was just instantly I know exactly what I want, and I wanted to make sure I did a little. It just reminds me of when Piccolo got blasted by Nappa, right? Which all these straight lines are here, all of it free-handed, by the way. Just saying. So, uh, I wanted to give like an action. That's why Homer's weapon is back a little bit. There would be recoil, right? So I wanted to make it look like he just shot him. So you have the impact here. This was just what was going through my brain when I did it. It's like, well, I wanted to have an impact here and then make sure Homer had it back. Because if he's like this and there's a hole in Flanders, if he's holding it like this, like straight forward, and there's a hole in Flanders, it's not as effective as if it's pushed back. And then so nerdy art stuff. When we were thinking of composition for this, um, just indulge me nerdy art stuff. When we were thinking about composition for this, I knew for sure Ned was going to be in the foreground. You could even see when we started the stream, I jumped straight to this composition. I didn't dick around with any other concepts. Um, so I knew I wanted to have him in the foreground, right? So he's like this. So for composition's sake, just like interest, I need to have Homer like this. And originally I had Bart like this as well, But I was like, it would be more interesting if I had him like this as well. See? And it's always, I actually don't remember why, but it's always more visually interesting when you have an odd number of things. So like if you were to draw if you were to draw some kind of landscape with like trees, if you drew an image with trees, for some reason there's something in our brain where that's not as appealing as that. Something about fucking odd numbers. I forgot what it was, but it's one of those things where I learned it a long time ago and I utilize it in everything and I just forgot why. All I remember is that it's more interesting to look at. And then vary their position in the image, right? Technically it's you're drawing the same thing, but you see how just by keep like changing the quantity and then just being aware of your space, the foreground, background, and placing them, arranging it properly. Yeah, foreground, the middle, and then they're the background. And of course, Dutch angle because action. No, not necessarily rule of thirds. Even though I mean, that's by default as well. Yeah, maybe it has to do with the rule of thirds. We just find that more visually appealing, right? So Homer is basically like right here. Bart's over here, and Flanders is right here. Anyway, that's just some art nerd shit. Hope you guys appreciate it. So, thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna go finish my food, play some Star Rail, kind of hang out with the family because I haven't seen them all fucking day. And maybe I'll get around to cleaning my markers, or I'll just throw them all on the ground. Email Copic, say send me some new shit. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Crumbs, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the follows and the sub today. Thanks for that raid, by the way, Nakudan. And I hope you like this commission. The Crypt Keeper commission I'll probably do off stream just so I can get it done faster. All right. I will see y'all tomorrow. We're probably going to hang out with the sketchbook tomorrow and just do some regular study. Just sketching, old school stuff. That's what we'll do tomorrow. Okay. Thank you. See ya.